How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another video. Today's going to be a quick video, just showing you all how to get the Serenity Greatsword artifact, as I've been seeing a lot of people asking how they can get one of these bad boys for themselves.
Thank you, Noob World. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
And the short answer is...
Thank you for the excellent content for my stream.
The PvP rewards track. So unfortunately, for you PvE players out there, you're going to need to get some PvP tracks done if you want to get this greatsword.
PvP track? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? No. End voice mode, Alexam. I'm just gonna end it.
Got it. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. Take care.
Crescent's Wave. It's a 700 greatsword at level 20. But I mean, that's not good. I mean, that's not what I'm looking for. It's the PvP track. Where's that? That's season 9. Where do you see this? Is it activities? Yeah, and then, or no. Oh, gotta make sure this isn't a player. Yep. Hey, we found a dead system for faction warfare. I might make a lot of money. Might make a lot of money. Ha 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 ha. Mount. No, where is this? It's like in... There's like a track, and I always forget where the fucking track is. It's like season pass, the rewards and stuff. View the current level. Where is this track? I can't remember. It's so annoying. No. Like...
Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Trade skills. And in PvP... On his screen, it's like... Oh, it's under character. I'm sorry. So in character, there is PvP. I always forget how it works. There we go. So, Vial of Azasol. Reward options for checkpoint 2. What track is it? Is it like... Are you fucking serious? Is it 43?
There's loads of ways to do this without getting involved in PvP activities. So this item can show up randomly as any of the 3 items you can choose from on checkpoint 3 of your PvP rewards track. A few caveats: you need to be over level 20 on your PvP
checkpoint 3
track, and your overall level must be over 61. If you have done those 2 things, just keep grinding until you get it. Once it pops up, it'll cost you 50,000 Azos salt, so do be sure to have enough for that.
Azos salt. Oh, I have 80. Oh, I do. I have 84,000. So that's cool. So I guess I want to grind the PvP track. Choose up to 1 item per checkpoint. And we're halfway through the checkpoint 2. And I want to just grind this till I see Serenity, I guess, and or the life stuff. So let's ask Gemini. New World, what is the name of the artifact life staff? Oh, there's 2. There's more than 1. Okay. Hakata and Vengeance. Okay, Hakata is something I can go get, which is defeating Parthenosis. Parthenosis. Something. Parthenosis. Parthenon. Pronounce this word. I've never heard of this word before. Pronounce this word. Hey, Alexam. Or never mind. Hold on. Go back. Hey, Alexam. Pronounce this word. Parthenosis. I'm going to type it. Parthenosis. It's the genus name for Boston ivy and Virginia creeper. Parthenosis. Hey, Alexam, talk to me about Parthenosis. What is it?
Parthenocissus is a genus of climbing plants, commonly known as Boston ivy or Virginia creeper. These plants are often used for ornamental
15
purposes.
KLP. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No worries at all. Parthenocissus plants are known for their attractive foliage and are popular in landscaping. They can create a beautiful green cover on buildings and are known for their vibrant autumn colors. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
Nope, that's good. Thank you. Never heard of it. So, yeah, so we can go get that. That's the artifact life staff. We'll go back and take a looky-see at that. That's going to be fucking annoying. Parthenosis. Yes, but I'm not looking for Parthenosis. I'm looking for the actual, the actual item. New World, Parthenosis. In the Restless Shore. I'm talking about New World here. New World database says that this is an angry earth tree who's in the east side. He's a level 70. He's in Restless Shore. And I have to go kill him. Let's go get the life staff with these weapons because it'll help me get yeah, we'll turn the music back up now. I think I'm ready to move. I know where that is. Yeah, I don't think I've been there before, but I know where it is. Okay, we're leaving now. I do not have artifact weapons. I thought I did, but I didn't have the artifact weapons I wanted at all. So that gives me something to do in New World, which is cool. Let's play some Once Human. American Low Cabinet. A chair. Iron swivel chair. Classic round table. Rosetta tool crate. I don't know what that is, so I'm just gonna leave it right here. We're gonna find it. What is the Rosetta tool crate? Oh, you can put tools in it, huh? Oh, it is just like a 16 slot tool crate. I get it now. Okay. So, beverage bottle 2, which will go on this table. And I'm seeing a higher meta in Once Human that I didn't see before. Ooh, I got a painting for downstairs for the wall. Go down there. Can I float while I'm doing the painting? No, but that's okay. We'll just go down there. I love these games, and they're all getting better too. Fallout 76 is getting a new expansion next month. I like Once Human, and it's just always going to be good because it's gacha. And fucking New World is getting a new expansion next month, Night Vale or whatever it is. It's going to be fucking amazing. It's a fucking good time to play the games that I chose to play. It's going to be good. Between Once Human, 76, and what's it called? New World, I'm sitting pretty for like another year or something with good content. I'm so fucking excited. It's a good time to be alive, guys. So I want Or yeah, I think I have a soda. I'm gonna go get a soda to drink that my mom gave me. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. I don't usually drink soda. I'll see if they go between these. The cream soda. I'd rather do the cream soda if I had to drink. I could make a four-wheeler, but I don't think they're faster. Hey, Alexam, in the game Once Human, what is the fastest vehicle?
In Once Human, the fastest vehicle is typically the motorcycle or any advanced motorized vehicle you can craft or find. These vehicles are designed for quick travel across the game's large maps.
Are they all the same speed?
Not all vehicles in Once Human are the same speed. Different models or types of vehicles may have varying speeds. Advanced or upgraded versions often travel faster than basic models. So, if speed is a priority, look for the highest tier or upgraded versions available in the game.
Which would be like a large garage with modification 4. I see, okay. Okay, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay, so...
If you're not sure how to level your tracks quickly, there's tons of videos you can search up on YouTube that'll give you various methods.
Okay, let's go do that. Step after step after step after step. So, going on to the next motherfucking step, which is what he said. New world, or let's just fucking tell it what to do. New world, fast tracking the PvP track with no PvP. I've watched this before. I've seen this before, but...
And then head back to turn in your quests. This is the only part where it's a bit riskier, but you could always tag a shrine.
Well, listen,
How's it going,
we're going to
everyone?
do this video again on stream. Thank you, Noob World. I've liked and sub to your channel. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream.
And welcome to another video. Today we're going to be going over how you can level up your PvP reward tracks fast in New World, without the need to actually PvP. That way, even if you're just a PvE player, you can still get your hands on those juicy artifacts that are locked behind the PvP rewards track. But first, please consider giving the video a like and subscribe to the channel. It helps out massively. Now, let's get into it. People play New World in many different ways, but a majority of the player base can be broken down into two main categories: PvP players and PvE players. These two player bases usually stick to their choice of activities, but sometimes systems are implemented into the game to force them out of their comfort zones. One of these systems is how you go about getting artifacts, and particularly the artifacts that are locked behind the PvP rewards track. This system forces PvE players to put tons of hours into PvP to get the artifact they're after. The thought of this might be very off-putting for some PvE players out there, but I'm here to tell you, it doesn't have to be, as there's ways to level up your PvP tracks without actually getting involved with any PvP, and that's what I'm going to be going over here today. I agree, it can also be off-putting for PvP players to be forced to do PvE activities like raids or expeditions for their artifacts, but the drop rates are a whole lot better for them, and the grind is nowhere near as intensive.
Hello?
Plus, you can just pay for carry groups
Hold on
who really don't
just
want to
a
participate in those
second.
activities.
Sorry, okay, I'm with you. Okay, unmute.
So on and so forth.
Ah.
As I run between fast travel points.
Sorry about that, guys. Got an interruption there. Got a phone call. Yes, we skipped through all the way through what he was talking about. I'm going to go take a look.
I really don't want to participate in those activities. Before I get into the methods, let me first quickly explain how the artifact drop system works for the PvP rewards track, as it's been changed recently to buff it up a bit, but it's still a pretty long grind. Let me explain how it works exactly.
Long grind.
Artifacts can only drop from the third checkpoint of a PvP reward track, which alone takes a good amount of time to get to. Added on top of that, you only have a chance at an artifact twice, all the way up to track level 50, on levels 29 and 39. So getting to track level 50 is a hefty grind to begin with possibly no artifacts to show for your effort. Thankfully, once you've gotten here, to level 50, the grind eases up a bit, as tracks 50 to 200 have a significantly higher chance at seeing you get artifacts. Thanks to Zelenin for the numbers, but as you see on screen, between tracks level 50 and 99, you'll have really good odds at these artifacts, but there are quite a few of them locked behind this track, so you might have to go through a couple of levels before you get the one you actually want. If you're a returning player to the game, looking to pick up some artifacts, but you're already over 100 track levels, you're going to have a slightly longer grind, but still, there's some good odds on tracks ending in 4 or 9. But now that we know how the drop system works, let's get started with my favorite way to go about this PvP track grind, while completely avoiding actually getting into PvP conflicts. And that's by using the Great Cleave PvP missions method. Now, if you've played for a while, this method will probably be one you've done or heard of, and you may be thinking, but there is a chance at PvP encounters with this method. But that's changed, thanks to a recent addition to the game that makes this process a whole lot safer, which I'll go over more shortly. I'll start from the beginning though, for anyone new to this method. Basically, you can only be heading over to Warden's Rise Outpost in Great Cleave, and grabbing all 3 of your faction's PvP missions here. The reason this spot is so good is that you always get the same 3 missions, and they're very close to one another, so they can be knocked out very quickly and farmed over and over for great results.
Yeah, so no thank you. I'll just not get the artifact greatsword. I'm not doing that. I'm a smart person. I'm not turning myself into a slave for a fucking MMO like that. I'm not doing that. I could run Great Cleave if I liked Great Cleave and I thought it would be fun to go do that. And I'm sure memorizing it is probably productive. And I want the greatsword, but I mean, by the time I get the greatsword and unlock it, the expansion will hit, and the eye level and the sword will be redundant and pointless, and all that work. I think a smart man doesn't do all that fucking work. I just don't think a smart man does that work. You know, I don't. Or a smart person, anybody. I don't think anybody should do that work. You know, that's a lot of work for no reason, really. What? So I can hit a little bit harder, probably like 2% harder or something like that. A little something. What does the Serenity Greatsword do?
And if you're more of a PvE player, maybe just run some PvP missions that don't require you to battle other players. If you do the missions quickly on your mount, you rarely run into opposing players. I find Great Cleave to be a great spot to do these, as they're all PvE related, are near each other, and are always the same, so I can get into a...
Yeah, maybe I better go learn the grind he's talking about before I poo-poo it, because, I don't know, maybe, I mean, yeah, and then I don't know, going in here to this elite place to find that guy, that's gonna be insane.
Rhythm and grind.
What's the name of it? It's Parthenosis. And he drops the Haketa. And he's right up there in this place, in the back. Right the fuck there. So let's just go see how bad that is, but I doubt I can do this either. So we're seeing that, like, that if you want artifact weapons and you want to be like Letus New World, you have to bring like party with you. And I don't want to do that because I play too many other games all at the same time. Oh, did I get this one? Oh, I did. I got this one. So, did you drop the thingy? There's 2 enemy targets in here. But I don't think my thing's listed anymore, so I don't think they can come in on me. I don't know. I'm gonna run my mobile tractor unit here, launch for self and stop. Yeah. We'll run the low. I think I am safe. Let's go ask Alex Sam. I'm not really sure. Hey, Alex Sam, in the game EVE Online, in Faction Warfare, after you've cleared a site, can other people see that site on the scanner anymore?
In EVE Online, once you've cleared a site in Faction Warfare, it typically despawns and won't appear on the scanner for other players. However, if the site is still active or has a timer before despawning, other players might still see it. The specifics can depend on the type of site and how the game mechanics are set up.
When I'm in it and I've captured the site, they can't see it anymore, can they?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's all I needed. Get out. Let's go see if I can go do Parthenosis. No, Parthenosis. So, okay, here we go. Parthenosis. So it was New World. Parthenosis. Location, New World. Here we go. Let's go see how bad this guy is. 7 minutes and 15 seconds. This guy's solo. He has a bounty to come in there. But it's like an elite quest. Which is insane. Why are you soloing this elite quest, friend? Oh, never mind. He's 46, though. Oh, never mind. This is going to be easy. Never mind. Let's just go kill him. Right. It's a level 46 zone. Who the fuck cares about this? I don't care about this. We're going to go right on in there and kill him. That guy drops the artifact life staff. Are you serious? That's the guy who drops it. That's ridiculous. It's a level 60 fucking item, isn't it? Wait, you're going to try... You really are going to drop like an artifact like life staff for me and you're a level 45 mob? That doesn't seem right. Oh, look, I'm still so far away from where we're going. This is still going to be terrible, because, like, level 45 elites or whatever. Ooh, look, there's Prisma Bloom. Blue Prisma Bloom sells. I should remember that it's here. Spin fiber. I even like the word spin fiber. It sounds so cool. Spin fiber. So then I'm gonna go all the way in this place. I don't have to fight any of them except for him. He's a level 70 elite. That's not so good for me. Level 70 will absolutely, like, fucking raffle stomp me. Can I even get in this place? I kind of doubt it. There's purple trees for some reason. No, I'm not in far enough yet, though. Ooh, chest. This archer's gonna aggro. I want to chop the trees first, though. Oh, why are they level 70? That's fucking nasty as hell. Fuck these guys. I need buffs. I need buffs and stuff I didn't do. Oh, no. I better exploit some kind of, like, elevation here. Yeah. I want you to heal. I want you to stand up and heal. Stand up and heal. I mean, yeah, if I jump down there, can I get back in? Probably not. Did they all leave? They did. They all leashed. Look, they all leashed. Except for the initial archer, who's just going to continue to fire me for the rest of eternity. Well, I leashed like 85 mobs or whatever it was. That's good. Yeah, go away, you stupid mob. Go away. Go away. I don't want you. I don't know you. Pocket sand. Okay, ancient coffer. I don't want to aggro him. I don't want to aggro him. Eridante Paraderm. He sounds terrible. Can I get past him? Let me past him. No, I'll have to kill him if I do anything. Alright, well, here's a hammer to your face, bitch. Oh. That was half my bar. Why is it so unequal? It's so dumb. Stun him, run. I don't know. Ah! Out. Nope. Down, fucker, down, fucker, down. Knock him down. Come on. Down, fucker, 2 seconds till heal. He's halfway. I'm dead. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do Elite 70s, no. There's no way I can do this solo. So we found out. We fucked around and we found out. And there's no way I can do that solo. No. If that single elite mob was that hard, there's no fucking way I can take on Parthenosis. But I can later on, once this expansion's over. But no, this is not solo content, any of it. So we take our eyes off of the artifact weapons. I think. I could get them just randomly in ECRs, but I've ran so many ECRs and not got them yet. I ran so many ECRs, probably 100 or something, and I haven't got them yet. Maybe I have it somewhere. I thought I had this, but I don't know where else I would stick items. Last Light, maybe? Or CK? I don't know. Let's go look at the box in CK. Yeah, I'm not doing almost any of that crap. I guess I'm done with this expansion. I mean, the next expansion looms in like 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So, I mean, yeah, I'm like, the last thing I need is artifact weapons and my 725 amulet. And there's nothing else I don't have. Like, maybe my second house. I could grind the second house, which would mean running dailies in... Let's go look at our rep again. It's not too good, though. Running dailies in Cutlass Keys would take me to 28... I could run dailies and Cutlass Keys. That's not my favorite fucking idea. I mean, I don't really want to be a slave to this fucking game, but I mean, yeah, if I'm going to get a second house with a second set of trophies, it blow, 55 grand or whatever it is, I better do it before the expansion or I don't know. Cutlass Keys. I don't want to run dailies in Cutlass Keys, damn it. I don't want to run dailies. Turn this music off. I turned you down. Oh, no. I don't want to unstuck. I don't want to unstuck. I don't want to unstuck. Stop. No. I don't want to unstuck. You're so annoying. The music, I turned it off, but I can still hear it for some reason. It's actually fairly loud. Turn off, damn it. Down. Down, boy. Down. So, I don't know. Parthenosis. Is off the table. Nope. Serenity is the PvP reward checkpoint. That's more likely, but I mean, I don't want to do the PvP track. That's slavery with extra steps. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that. I guess, yeah, the only real grind left to do this expansion is to buy another house and blow 25 grand on trophies. And that means, like, going and grinding the CK rep from dailies, which isn't too good. Not too good. Let's go ask her what the best thing to do is. Hi, Alexam. What is the best way in the game New World? What is the best way to grind Cutlass Key's reputation fast?
To quickly grind Syndicate faction reputation in New World, try the following methods.
Not
1.
Syndicate. No. I said CK, Cutlass Key's reputation.
Got it. Grinding
territory rep.
To quickly increase your reputation in Cutlass Keys, focus on these activities. 1. Town projects. Complete town projects specific to
I forgot how good what those were for. Okay, so go ahead, sorry.
No problem. In addition to town projects, you can also 2. Faction missions. If Cutlass Keys is controlled by your faction, complete faction missions in the area for reputation gains. 3. Defend the territory. Participate in territory defense events or fort battles if applicable. 4. Resource gathering. Gather and donate resources that are needed for town upgrades or projects in Cutlass Keys. By regularly participating in these activities, you'll boost your reputation efficiently.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
Okay, so now I go, since Purple owns Cutlass Keys, I can grind faction rep by doing the missions. That's probably the most efficient way to just power level to it. That and the faction, or sorry, the town board quest. So let's go look at the town board. I don't remember where it is in this fucking town. Where's the town board? I don't remember. It's in the church, isn't it? Or something? I don't know. You can see my lack of motivation to learn all this. When you play 20 of these games all at the same time or whatever, your motivation to learn a particular one's insides and outs is pretty much not really there. It's like not really there. Territory Planning Board, Lifestyle Improvements, Town Project, Lumberjack Spirits, activate for 2,500 gold. Oh, I can just buy these. The current project is increase base armor and gear score. Hunter's Bounty. I want rep bonus, but they don't sell that, do they? Corrupted damage. Increase corrupted damage absorption by 5% for 3 days. That's 2,500 gold. That's insane. But you can buy, you can like grant a buff, upgrade the Citadel, no active project, upgrades of 39 out of 39, and Cutlass Keys. So, Cutlass Keys Captain does daily quests. Yeah. Do you do daily quests? Do you... So I guess I do have dailies, I guess. Do I? Where is the town board here? I don't remember at all. There it is, right? Yeah, this is it. So, Festive Metalworkers, acquire and deliver bright color bouquet from a workshop. Where is that? 30 coarse leather, 30 timber. Completed. Weaponsmiths needed. Forge and deliver pillaging crude iron ornaments, which I don't know. I don't think I want to do that one. 30 fish fillet. No. Okay, I have that one. 3 rivets from festering fishery. I should... Ooh, it's just not such good rep, you know? It's like not so good, you know? Season stamp. This'll take fucking forever. But it is New World stuff to do. It's not the sort of thing I want to do in New World, though. Do I need this? Do I need a second house? I do if I want CK rep, because I'm never going to want to come back here again, I don't think. So it's like sort of dumb. Like I have like 4 weeks to complete this stupid ass like 2 levels in CK rep just to get my house in CK. I don't know. It's hard. I should be playing the Yaw song or whatever. Oh, look, I got my stamp suddenly for some reason. Am I going to finish the card? Oh, yes, I think I am. New season level, 13. That's good. I finished the card. Nice. More wild stamps. There we go. We're into the card. So now, oh yeah, my videos are uploaded from today. Very good. We're finishing up right now, like to the second, or no, on the next half hour. Excuse me, half hour. In an hour, I've got to go. I don't have family dinner tonight because my mother's wiped out. But I do. I am gonna cook. And what was I gonna say? And I have to water the gardens. So at 7 o'clock, I'm going to take a small 10-minute break. I'm not even gonna leave stream. I'm just gonna take a small 10-minute bio. So now, what else? I want to play a song. Oops, gonna play a song here. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. F11. Huh? Huh? Yeah. What's going on? What, 500K? What? For what? No, I didn't. Well, do you believe everything everybody tells you? I'm sorry, sir, you have been a victim of a internet hoax. Because I sure as hell did not say that. And I don't have 500K. Here we are now, entertain us, huh? I don't have money for you. Sorry. No. Why can't I sing too close to a restricted area? Why can't I sing or whatever? Why can't I do my music? It's fucking stupid. Why won't you let me start this? You're so dumb. There. Song selection. I think I have the good song now, which is like "Ya" or whatever, the one that's just like all a bunch of, yeah, that one, right? 31 seconds, novice, expert. I'm looking for Territorial Triumph. Right? Yeah. And then take a guitar, I guess. Ready for Territorial Triumph. I don't remember this being this hard. Did they like make this harder? I think they did. I can't hear it, which makes it significantly harder. Whatever. Okay, so and now collect tips and I will go collect quest. $725 earring, but oh yeah. Oh yeah, so I was here to check the chest to make sure I like really check to make sure I don't have a weapon. Let's see. I don't have anything hidden here. I should just crack all that. Crack. Now what? I guess I'll go get dailies. From my faction vendor, which is south of me. Oh, yeah. PvP flag disabled. Purge, reclaim, drop. And we could stabilize for rep, I think, actually. Yes, I think I will take that, actually. Would you sure want to take this PvP? You cannot toggle off your PvP flag. No, I want to take that. Yes, there. And then we will go purge castaways and do the other one. So, purge. Can as well, PvP mission is active. Okay, good. So, we are going to purge castaways colony. I will turn on the music now. I hope I can get this done in 50 minutes, but I don't really know. Or like, what are you, like an hour? We'll see. Let's play some Once Human. I have spent my memetics. I believe I will chop some pink tree. Oh, that body. I forgot about that body, and I lost all that shit. Oh well, I don't really care, frankly. I don't care. It's whatever. I lost that stupid body. Oh well, whatever. I haven't, like, lost a body in this game yet. That's, like, the first one, I think. Looking around for pink tree. Pink tree is good. Stardust source. I'm gonna turn it off, actually, and turn on YouTube. There we go. And now, oh, I want to go back to the YouTube that I was watching. Why didn't Warfronts talk about this?
US as a defense partner has been dropping rapidly, while it turns out that a collateral effect of telling Europe to go fend for itself on defense is that Europe might actually go and fend for itself on defense. Just a few days ago, Trump outright threatened the nation of Canada to avoid cancelling its purchase of F-35s, while both Spain and India rejected the F-35 within the last couple of months. Globally, defense is doing fantastic, but right now, that progress is coming at America's expense. The new great game. Next up, JNF SATX asks us, explain to us, why are middle-tiered powers like the UAE so involved in conflicts far away from home like Sudan? It seems like more countries are getting into power projections that only superpowers could afford a few decades ago. So, honestly, it's for the same reasons that top-tier powers get involved in proxy conflicts, because they seem to offer a heady mix of opportunity and a chance to get one over on rivals. In the case of Sudan, the United Arab Emirates seems to have a few goals. One is to establish a port on the Red Sea, something Abu Dhabi needs if it's going to seriously compete with its frenemy Saudi Arabia. Another is to back the faction that presents itself as more secular. While the Rapid Support Forces may be conducting a genocide in Darfur, the Sudanese army is perceived as being too close to the Islamist elements that dominated the former dictatorship of Omar al-Bashir. And the Gulf monarchies are convinced that political Islam is one of the greatest threats to their systems. More prosaically, Sudan also has vast natural resources, from gold mines to swaths of agricultural land, resources that it would be useful for the UAE to get unfettered access to. So, that's the in a nutshell version of why Abu Dhabi is so invested in Sudan. But it's not the only story here. There's also the emergence of what appears to be a new grey game, this time involving regional powers like Turkey, Iran, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. A game in which everyone involved is angling to be the undisputed victor. And victory, in this case, means creating a strategically useful set of alliances and dependencies across the region to lock your opponents out. So, UAE isn't just backing the RSF in Sudan, it's also bankrolling Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, funding ports in Somaliland, annexing Yemeni islands, striking trade deals with Kenya, and meddling in South Sudan and Chad.
Always
Its
good.
rival Iran is backing the Houthi rebels in Yemen and funneling arms to the Sudanese army.
We
while
didn't
its
start
frenemy
the
Saudi Arabia
fire.
is investing in Eritrea and trying to broker peace in Sudan. Turkey is doing its own thing, including making overtures to Egypt after a decade of animosity and putting out feelers to General Haftar in Libya in the hopes of, to quote the Atlantic Council, leveraging Libya as a strategic counterweight to Greek Cypriot French efforts to isolate Turkey in the Eastern Mediterranean. Really, though, the specifics are not important. What is important is that these nations currently seem to be in a position similar to the European great powers in the 19th century, a position in which each is competing to be a regional hegemon, a competition in which smaller nations are used as pawns, or in the case of Sudan, as the board itself. This is something we'll probably see more of as the post-war international order breaks down. After 80 years of living in a world with first two and then just one superpowers, we're finally returning to the multipolar era that existed before World War I. And while that means increased competition between superpowers like the USA and China, it also means growing tensions between regional powers. The mid-tier nations like UAE that could never stand toe-to-toe with Beijing or Washington, but which could realistically become a local hegemon. With such massive potential rewards, and no one around to restrain them, is it really any surprise that mid-tier powers are now flexing their muscles? Especially with so many of them now rolling in oil money and flush with new weapons. It's a tragedy for the nations like Sudan that happen to be the ones being fought over everything else. So, why didn't War Fronts cover Charlie Kirk? Alright, Hybrid Ranger asks us, am I missing a Charlie Kirk video? It's something huge politically in the US and across the world. It's just strange that other topics have been rushed a day or two after they happen, but still nothing on something as important as an assassination of a non-politician in the US. Okay, so we got a few variations on this question, and it was also a question that we were discussing internally last week. Now, for those among our audience who might not know it yet, we've recently started up a sister channel called Political Fronts. Please do check it out, where we just started to experiment with the same sort of quick reaction videos that we do here. Now, the last couple of weeks, we've covered the collapse of the most recent French government and the trial of Brazilian ex-president Bolsonaro. That said, look, we're still in an early and experimental phase with that channel. We're trying to find our feet and see what works. So, when conservative political activist Charlie Kirk was assassinated in the United States on September 10th, it wasn't quite as clear a decision to cover it as it might have been on War Fronts when there's big conflict news from around the world. Now, we still may cover the assassination at some point, and we might even do it fairly soon. But when it comes to our decision ultimately not to write a fast reaction episode, there are a couple of key points that we considered, and in the spirit of transparency, we'd like to share them with you so that you can maybe understand our thinking, even if you don't agree with it. First, and probably most important, what would we be contributing to the conversation? As a team, we agreed very early on with Political Fronts that our goal was not just to run a channel that gives whatever breathless reaction is appropriate for the day's news cycle. Our goal is not just to spew hot takes, it's to add a level of context, or nuance, or background, or a helpful framework to understand an issue. And for
Blackwell is running so well. 5080 is so good. It's smoking this game.
Particularly helpful.
It's not much better than what I'm running though.
The motive, 4080. The scope of the response, meaning that we just didn't have the sort of information that we would need to extrapolate about what might come next. We could have posted a quick 12 to 15 minutes of context for non-Americans, but that's kinda it. So the next question, obviously, is why didn't we post that 12 to 15 minutes of introductory context as quickly as we could? And honestly, as that's pretty simple. Based on our team's observation of the full scope of global reactions, it didn't seem like the right moment.
Oh, you can just get rep for
There are
killing?
times when
Oh, I could just
positive
kill. I
analysis
could
is
just
helpful.
kill?
There are
Okay.
moments when
I didn't
things
realize.
are just too raw and too intensely polarized to present that analysis right away. Quite frankly, there is not a combination of words and phrases that we could have used in that immediate aftermath to describe the incident and give context on the life of Charlie Kirk without becoming yet another venue for the flame wars that dominated online discourse for the first couple of days. That's not to say there's never a good time to have that discussion, but we do feel confident in the assessment that putting that episode out the day after the assassination happened was not the right choice. That said, if you do want to see an episode breaking down what happened or talking about who Charlie Kirk was and what his work consisted of, tell us. We'll be reading the comments. Again, rapid response political coverage is still something that we're tooling around with, and if you've got an idea of the rapid coverage that you would like to see from us in the immediate aftermath, let us know. But if you do, then we'd ask you that you run your answer through this litmus test.
I got my answer from him. Time to do the PDF.
Well, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. Tylenol causes autism. That is what President Trump and RFK Jr. told America last night. We should talk about it, because you have the president saying...
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen?
Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
With Trump then going on to add this can be ignored in situations where a pregnant mom has an extremely high fever, though he emphasized to use as little Tylenol as possible. Right? And then you also had RFK Jr. speaking, saying that under his leadership, he directed various government agencies to look into all causes of autism, including the possibility that pharmaceuticals could play a role. And then RFK went on to say that the previous administration refused to do this and only researched the genetic component of autism, which I will say is just not true, and researchers have long explored a plethora of possible causes, with the consensus being that the best studies look at genetic, medical, and environmental data. Also, I'll say while this announcement, it was very controversial, it didn't come as a surprise. And that, at least in part, because since late last week, Trump's been teasing that this was coming. And then on Sunday, he said that he strongly believed that there was a link between Tylenol and autism. So of course, that begs the question,
because he's an idiot.
The short answer right now appears to be no, and the more nuanced answer appears to be still no, but it's also not like Trump and RFK Jr. completely made this up. Their best evidence is a paper from August by Harvard and Mount Sinai researchers, which suggests that acetaminophen use early on in a pregnancy might lead to a tiny increase in autism rates. You've had the Make America Healthy Again crowd bringing this paper up as proof that there is a link between the two and that Tylenol use needs to be stopped during pregnancy. Even the researchers on that paper, they didn't rule out taking the drug entirely. Instead, they suggested that mothers should take the lowest possible dose since, quote, the drug is important for treating maternal fever and pain, which can also harm children, which experts have noted is different than Trump's recommendation to only take it during an extreme fever. And that, as Trump said, toughing it out could be better. However, a big part of the situation is that there's a lot of research indicating that there is no link whatsoever. And there, you have one of the biggest studies being done by Swedish researchers in 2024. And there, they looked at cases of autism among nearly 2.5 million kids, and they found what looked like a very small association with acetaminophen use early on in pregnancy and autism. But then also, when they compared the findings among siblings who had similar conditions, that link completely disappeared. And
excuse me for just a second. I'm sorry, guys. I've been muted. I didn't realize. Well, there we go. I'm unmuted now. I'm sorry. I forgot. I got a fucking phone call. It turns out I'm going back to go do dinner with my family now. And yeah. I don't. That sucks that I was muted. I need to be able to see the light better, there, so I can see that it's blinking there. That's better. So, got to go to dinner with my family, so I'm going to leave, and I'm going to pause this video here, and I am going to remind. Okay, I'm pausing, guys. What's up? It's 7:45. It's been about an hour or something, or no, longer than that, huh? Yeah, about an hour. Yeah, not bad. A little bit less than I thought it would be. Okay. Let's go back in New World and do some work on that mission. Now we'll continue to grind pink trees.
Before the actual cleanup, which, I mean, the cleanup itself can take years to complete, which means that the actual cleanup process won't start in some places until 2039. And these delays reportedly caught the military installations affected completely off guard. Or you got a city councilor.
Currently, Blizzard is not the only company taking action against various WoW private servers. The company Daybreak is also involved in legal proceedings. The focus here is on the Hero's Journey, a classic server for EverQuest that offers some adjustments and twists, as they themselves describe on their website. One feature is a second-class system that was never present in the original game. The developers of EverQuest see this server as a clear copyright infringement and want to obtain an injunction to shut it down. This is exactly what was recently negotiated in court, and some interesting details about the player numbers of the MMORPG, as well as the revenue of the private server, came to light. In this video, we will discuss exactly what was said and how the whole thing went down. Hi, my name is Alex from MMO News, your community for MMORPGs. And if you don't want to miss any more news about our favorite genre, then definitely subscribe, like the video, and support us directly here with a channel membership on YouTube or with a purchase from our partner instantgaming.com, so that I can continue to produce such great videos for you. And then we'll clear things up a little bit, because the lawsuit has been going on for a while now. It was filed on June 14th by the company Daybreak against the Hero's Journey. In August, the two parties were heard, and now, on September 19th, the judge in charge ruled that the circumstances for a preliminary injunction were met. She is also convinced that the individual operators of the server can be held personally liable because the law and the facts clearly speak in favor of Daybreak. The Hero's Journey is said to have caused irreparable damage to both the game's reputation and its finances. And that's exactly where things get interesting, because according to the court, the server is said to have generated monthly revenues of up to $100,000. In return for donations that players gave to the server, they received various benefits, including bigger pockets. This and the implementation of the server seem to have motivated some to
Solar
invest
drill.
massive amounts of money in the project. Due to this regular and high revenue, the court also set a bail of $1 million, which Daybreak has to post in case the lawsuit is lost. This would then compensate the operators of the server, who are of course named in the lawsuit. After all, they are missing out on massive revenues that they had already become accustomed to. However, if Daybreak ultimately wins, then the money will of course go back to the company, as well as damages from the operators. The current status, however, is that the server and the website have to go offline for the time being and that both operators are prohibited from emulating EverQuest in any way. The hero's journey is also on the verge of collapse, even though the verdict is not yet final and theoretically something could change. But to be honest, I don't see any argumentation as to how the operators want to defend themselves in order to be proven right in court and be allowed to continue operating the server. However,
me too. I think the same thing.
Guys, it's here. It is here. The moment we've been waiting on. Randomly, Bethesda had a surprise update today. And, well, let's just say it came with some things that a lot of you are going to appreciate. I know I do. I'm also going to be sharing with you all some other things as well in this video, so just sit back, relax, and I hope you all enjoy this compilation of some Fallout 76
I got killed.
news. Leave a like on the video, too. I really would appreciate it,
I lost a Tristan
Seriously.
somewhere. What happened? Where am I and why? Oh, God. Slade Antokius killed me, which is fine. I lost like what 9 plus 10. I lost like 20 million. And I got LP 2000 LP. And I got LP awarded. That's cool. All right, well, let's go back out. I got a lot more of those ships. We'll go right back to fuck there. I forgot that I was even outside. What's that sound?
You've been examined. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Somebody just took this 5 minutes ago. Oh, damn it. Now I have to wait an hour. Probably by the time I'm done with the other two, it'll be an hour, honestly. Here's somebody, smokers. Orange.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
God damn it. Fucking stupid ass faulty NPC.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Seriously, guys, can we please get this past 1,000 likes? Seriously. I'm just kidding. Frodo, if you do find this enjoyable, consider leaving a like. I know that was a bit annoying and weird and obnoxious. I'll try not to do that again. I don't know why I even did that.
Why do the more vacuous they are, the more popular they are? It's weird.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ooh, a new Kira.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. I posted a video about this new superhero MMO called Ship of Heroes and the drama of launching a game that looks like, well, I mean, it looks like what it looks like for the price of $60 upfront with also a $15 per month subscription. And people asked me to play it, so I did. And since I had to suffer through that experience, now you do too.
Welcome back.
Autopilot
We are trying to
jumping.
acquire an ancient artifact called the Time Cube. I have no idea what
Time
it is,
Cube.
but Ambassador has ordered me to retrieve it at any cost.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
So let me just give you the cliff notes. The game is not good. And I don't mean like in a hooty tooty. I've just got my hands on the latest Ubisoft game, which is totally playable, decent even, but not worth my time to play or the box price because there's just loads of better games out there for cheaper to play or that I already own. Or maybe there's a new indie gem to play and I just want to play that instead. I mean, this game is just not good in a way that it's almost offensively so. I see zero reason for anybody to play this. I'm not trying to be mean when I say that, but this is how the world works. This game looks, feels, controls, and is just worse than the currently playable for free version of City of Heroes that literally anybody wanting a superhero MMO can go and play instead. And I mean this in every single way possible. This game is worse. Character customization, which is about 60% of the enjoyment of these types of games. Movement, combat, visuals, story, and most importantly, soul. This game has one of the worst designed sounds ever, like the system of sound from doing stuff, music. It's just really bad. Stock footage, elevator music that's just constantly playing in the background. AI for all the voices of all the NPCs, which I'm pretty sure you're supposed to disclose on the Steam store page as per their rules, and yet nothing at all mentioned about it. It's just, it feels, looks soulless to play. When you have something that is supposed to copy almost identically something else, but that other thing still exists and is more populated, it's free, it's better, there just isn't any reason to play this other thing at all. Add on $60 price tag, $15 a month sub, and well, then you get Ship of Heroes. Add on to all this that the game doesn't even fucking work. And at the end of my brief, it was only 30 minutes of gameplay. I was just trying to repeatedly close the game, open the game, enter the mission. You have to go into these little private instances to do missions to progress your quests, and it would just give me an infinite black screen. And it wasn't just me. All 20 of the other $60 paying customers were discussing their inability to even play the game in the chat, which is global, I imagine. the infinite black screen had defeated the entire ship of heroes. Our combined might couldn't defeat the inaccessible game content that blocked our progression. And maybe that was the point. Maybe the game was designed this way. The powerful foe that we were training up to fight had won, and it was the game itself, a fitting end for our journey, and one that would probably be more satisfying than my other 29 minutes of gameplay, where despite me being level 2, I was fucking invincible. Nothing could kill me. Simply fly through level 4 enemies, do all my quest objectives in front of their eyes, and they couldn't do a single point of damage to me. I could even stand outside and tank 6 or 7 enemies, all higher level than me, and the game would get so bored with me being stood there for so long, taking no damage, that it would simply despawn the enemies. The game is so broken that that's actually a good thing I'm invincible, because anytime I hit a loading screen, which is most of the game anyway, you will be stood there for 10 plus seconds on a black screen while you can hear enemies hitting you, shooting you, doing whatever, and there's nothing you can do to respond. So if I wasn't invincible, the game would just be me dying to NPCs stood outside a building that I couldn't interact with.
Oh no. This is not...
Which then brings me to the next glitch. You know, how many of those did you experience in 30 minutes of gameplay? A lot. Which was, I went in and did a mission where there was 6 enemies outside hitting me, came out, went to go and turn the mission in, and then magically when leaving that building, it just teleported me back in time to the previous building where the enemies were stood outside, right into the waiting arms of half a dozen enemies I can't interact with, but luckily don't do any damage. Add in the other glitches, you know, NPCs vanishing, just running around, and then 1 minute they're there, next minute they're not, animation bugs, and the ultimate game ending one where you just can't progress the game because the game goes full black screen and doesn't do anything. Not only are they charging $60 up front and $15 a month for an inferior product, but they're charging for one that doesn't fucking work. Which is when I ask myself,
after all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?
And realistically, in my history of doing reviews, which has been since like 2019, I can count on one hand the amount of times I've refunded a game that I was going to do a review on. And there's probably only one ever that's actually made it into a video, because most of the time if I'm going to review a game and it's just really bad, I just don't release the video. One game shares the refund with Ship of Heroes. The day before, it's in great company. The day before is the only other game I released a video on that I also refunded. And you know what's crazy about all this? If you sat me in front of like an alternate reality decision machine and said, play 10 hours of the day before on launch, or play 30 more minutes of Ship of Heroes, I legitimately would play the day before for 10 hours rather than play this for 30 more minutes. It's that bad. There is no redeeming qualities about this thing whatsoever. And I feel like doing any kind of like real review where you treat this as if it's like a real thing would be unfair to everyone involved, me, you, and the creators of the game. For me, because I need to hold myself to a standard of doing like at least 10 hours of gameplay for like a first impressions, which is what I've always done for first impression reviews. And you, because you then have to listen to me, go through and be like, here's a pro, here's a con, but there would be no pros, basically. As for the creators, well, actually fuck them, because they seem to think it's fine to just ban anyone that criticizes the $60 upfront price tag for a game that has reached a 100 player count in 24 hours and is currently at about 25 as I make this video. But with all that being said, this game has no future at all. In fact, it only exists because of a need in the market that also no longer exists. Ship of Heroes was created as a fan project to replace a beloved MMO from 2004 called City of Heroes, which closed down officially in 2012. 3 projects popped up at the same time trying to do the same thing. What you might not know is that 2012 to 2015 in the MMORPG niche, there was sort of a crowdfunding boom where a bunch of people raised a whole lot of money for the promise of making MMOs great again. In this niche within a niche of superhero MMO games, 3 different projects popped up vowing to do the same thing, to bring back the glorious feeling of City of Heroes. They were called City of Titans, Valiance Online, I think, and then the culprit for today, Ship of Heroes. All 3 of these projects went through the same gauntlet of trying to find money, find people to work on them, and also find an audience. And none of them did a particularly great job to my knowledge. But at that time, remember, in the mid-2010s, there seemed to be a reason for these games to exist. Fast forward 2019, 6 years ago, and someone exposes that there's just been private servers running for City of Heroes for years, specifically one called Homecoming. This was a wonderful moment because if, like me, you loved City of Heroes, you could just go
there. Look, I got like a third of a level for
running
doing all
with
of that.
impunity from the
So I've got to do
original
this like
IP
6
owners.
times.
It's still around. They know about it. It's been around for a while. If you wanted a unique, cool, super classic superhero themed MMO, you can have it. Unfortunately for the 3 fan-made copycats I just listed, including Ship of Heroes, they now had no reason to exist. Imagine this. You stood in front of the drink fountain. You see that Coca-Cola's right there, you know, the premium. It's free. You can have unlimited refills. Just drink as much as you want. And then right next to it is store brand, you know, Walmart, Happy Shopper, whatever in your country, knockoff version, but it's $60 for a glass and $15 per refill. You got to ask yourself, who the fuck is paying for and drinking the knockoff worse version? When you copy something, you need the previous thing to either not exist or you need to do it better, or at least differently enough that you can have your own audience. If your copy is just it, but a shadow, just worse, who's going to play it? And then add on your more expensive as well. There's no place in the market for this. So to end an incredibly negative video, because what else could it be? I thought I'd look at what other people were saying. The ones who, like me, were brave enough to go to the store page and spend $60 freedom to try this pile of shit. The reviews are, as you would have guessed, mostly negative. And then there's 37% of people that said, yeah, thumbs up, guys, positive reviews. But if you read them, most of them read like AI or somebody that's, you know, reading from a teleprompter with a Kalashnikov pointed to the back of their head. It's just a negative review, but then they give it a thumbs up and say, hopefully the game will be much better, but it isn't. It's like eating a plate of shit and saying, yeah, I'd recommend that. If they remove the shit, clean the plate and put a nice steak on it, you're not reviewing the thing. You're not recommending the thing. You're recommending something that doesn't exist currently. So I don't know how these are even positive reviews in the first place. They're saying the price is bad, the game is bad, but hey, maybe in the future it won't be, which is about as useful as this game is fun. So for a little extra context, just everything about this game's weird. You know, go look at the system requirements and you'll find something freaky, and not the almost AI generated, you know, PlayStation 1 textured faces that are right next to it. But the system requirements of an 8th generation 4.7 gigahertz or higher processor, 32 gig of RAM, a 3000 series NVIDIA card, and 35 gig of drive space.
I didn't know they stacked shit that high.
For reference to how insane this is, look at what the game looks like. City of Heroes came out in 2004 and you could probably play it on your smart fridge at this stage. You've got to wonder what they're using all that power for, because again, the game doesn't even work. But I guess that's it, to be honest. There's probably not much more that needs to be said. But I will say, I'm going to pull one positive out of this one here, because there's not much else that could be, because the game is awful. But something good did come out of playing it. I did get my refund, but I was also reminded of a video series I started back in 2019 called Dead Worlds, where I just go and find online games. It didn't have to be an MMO, just an online game that was still officially playable, that had a very low population. Whether it never had a high population and it was just obscure, whether it was bad, whether it had just fallen out of favor over time. And I think I'd like to have that series make a comeback, because unlike Ship of Heroes, I'm sure there's some weird, wacky, or at the very least fun and interesting games out there the time's forgotten but still somehow exist. But I guess that's it for this one. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you are sitting there in your vintage Spider-Man Jim Jams clutching your original box of City of Heroes, I still have mine somewhere at my parents' house, so I'm right there with you. If that's you, just go and play City of Heroes Homecoming. No one is making MMOs anymore, not like they used to. If what you're looking for is a game from the 2000s, you're better off playing the games from the 2000s.
That's what I'm doing.
Or better
Yeah.
yet, go
I play
and make a
FFXI.
homemade Superman outfit and run around in your garden.
And I'm happy.
It's probably better than playing this because you'll get a bit of exercise and it won't cost you $60 plus $180 per year. I don't like tearing.
I don't pay for
developers,
FFXI.
but I also hold them to a standard. Because
I could go
games.
pay for
I've spent
retail.
Thousands of dollars backing games on Kickstarter. I've promoted games on Kickstarter. I've promoted games in early access. Whenever you do it right, I'll be right there with you. If your game's good, if there's a vision there, even if it's not currently as good as it needs to be, then I'm all for supporting that. But hobbies aren't charity, and this game not only has no reason to exist, it's also run by what seems like some really unpleasant people, judging from their handling of criticism over something as simple as the game's cost, which a lot of people were being really nice about and just saying it's not worth this, it's not going to sell a lot, it's not going to do well. And their response was, no, it is, you're wrong, get banned, and our community's fine with it. As we've seen, that community can't have been fine with it unless they have no community, because there's no fucker playing this game, and there won't be in the future. If you paid for a yearly subscription, I'm sorry to say, but this game won't be around in a year, and if it is, it definitely won't be with a box price and a subscription fee. Anyway, that's about it for this one. Thanks for watching. Hopefully my video gave you more enjoyment than my time playing the game, and hopefully the money does clear for the refund, because if not, I'll probably need a ship of heroes to assist me, because parting with that money for this game would be a robbery of epic proportions that would need heroes to see it right. See you on the next one. Peace.
Am I here? Yeah, I'm here.
Warp drive active.
Just a bunch of dumb AFK running. It's not actually that bad.
Warp drive active.
I like tracking the ship. That's a lot more entertaining than not doing it. It kind of spins a lot. Maybe I should like zoom out a little bit so I can see the drones, but as I slow down, they should catch up and kill him. Yeah. Oh, he blew up my mobile tractor unit, which I forgot. I suppose I can always just turn on my booster and go loot everything. It's about the same amount of work, really. With a micro warp drive, it really doesn't take very long. I'm mainly here to just get the LP. I wish I had a mobile tractor unit, though. It is a way to save some time. I will get to my house if I do this. It'll help me get there. Maybe instead of Final Fantasy XI, I should play X4. Because I'm not really doing anything. I'm gonna log off. I'm not really doing anything except like farming Gil for a fucking peacock neck. Which, I mean, what else is new in Final Fantasy XI? I don't really need that anymore. When there's content changes, I'll play it a bit more with more passion. But I think I'd like to spend some more time on X4, honestly. See where it goes. I will fire up X4. Oh, did I aggro him? No. Gonna turn the FOV back a little bit because it's like good, but it's hard to see. And it's yeah, 40 is a bit extreme actually. We'll go to 60. 60 is still a good FOV. But 40 is like, you can't really see anything, honestly. I've already made way more than that Tristan that I lost. This is definitely probably the best money that I can get as a solo player, really. And it also, the game appreciates it if you do it too. They're like happy that you do it. You provide targets for them, but you're AFK most of the time and it doesn't really matter. Every once in a while I get a spike. Oh, yeah. X4. I love FFXI, but I played it for 20 years. Maybe I should dedicate to something else for a little while. Maybe even just for a year, you know? Go back to it in a year when I'm not so burnt out. FFXI also drains my CPU. I know it does. Oh, good, I got a turn in, huh? That's good. And they all oh, nice. 1,000 wood.
Hello again, Explorer. I think he is scared of falling short. He carries the weight of the expectations of the entire provinces. He wants to keep everyone safe, and I think he fears that your expedition will exacerbate an already dangerous situation. Yes, fraught with danger. The provinces lie uncomfortably close to Kark territory. When Sanctuary of Darkness first connected to the provinces, it triggered regular attacks. We barely managed to protect ourselves with the meager military that we could cobble together. Thankfully, the waves have calmed for now. The Kark incursions eventually ceased. All attempts to communicate with these enigmatic creatures have failed, so I would hesitate to call it a ceasefire. It is more of a lull in hostilities. As you can imagine, The situation remains rather fragile.
Nice. Yeah, I suppose clicking on the ships is about the same amount of work, really. Yeah, this is a lot cheaper than running around a mobile tractor unit. I like mobile tractor units, but they have looting issues in this fucking game, and I hate it. I wish it would just auto loot this shit around you. I don't need the game to challenge me like that. But they want it to feel all like survival and harsh, and I'm like, eh.
Pleasant travels. Hello again, explorer. Yes, fraught with danger. The provinces lie uncomfortably close to Cocked when we bear down all attempts. So as you can imagine, the situation remains out on the, you see, before, and that yet, it drives me to find a path back home for the people to once again delight in a pleasant travels.
What was that sound? I heard somebody chopping trees. Maybe the fort will open up soon. Smokers. "15 minutes. I'm gonna take this, but I'm gonna sit here. Oh, I'm gonna sit the character here. Okay. And I'll come back at 8:50. 8:50 and I'll cap this, but I'm gonna leave this game for now. Now I go back to talk to like some ambassador or something. I don't really know where to go. Oh, is that it? Yeah. Oh, this is how I keep entering. Okay, that's how I enter.
Ah, the silent one from our disappointing introduction. Permanently wiping. Just I unduly no thank you. If we can maintain peace, we shall do so. I am busy. You of I find no reassurance in your words, only distaste. My principal concern is the welfare of the boron of the province.
You have underestimated, as we speak, your ludicrousness. If you are caught...
Blackmail? Yet, what if, thank, and may I bestow upon you a gift. As a sign of goodwill to move past our altercation, we have prepared for you a fighter ship.
Oh yeah, they give you a ship.
Humble gift, but hopefully it will be of use to you in the times ahead.
Explorer, you have done well to secure access for us to continue.
Oh yeah, I get 2 ships and I can tell this ship to follow me. Or I don't know, their ship's probably better, maybe. I don't know. I think their ship's better.
Hello there.
So they gave me a ship.
Hello. Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, that's the ship they give you. I forgot, yeah.
Hello. Goodbye.
Yeah, look, that doesn't take long, like 2 minutes or whatever. That's not bad. I have found, oh, wait, no, wait. I have found, like, a really good way to make money that's solo, that I could do even with even if I didn't sub for the game. I don't think I'm gonna sub for this game anymore. I mean, I guess I will, because I can, like, you know, I will with real life money, I guess, so I can keep getting skill points, but this will make me very rich. They'll leave me alone. Maybe eventually they'll push me out, but I'll find some other place then.
Yes, you are right. A reunion with King... Now, take this matter in hand. The Alliance of the... Take this matter in hand. A reunion... The Alliance of the Word is certainly prepared to provide a...
I need a pilot for this ship, damn it. No, you keep fucking me and doing this. Stop doing this. It's a boar guppy.
already familiar with the gate in Ocean of Fantasy. If you supply me with the necessary equipment and provide me with a few pointers as to what exactly I am to do, it would be my deepest pleasure to assist.
Excellent. The Alliance shall investigate barren shores. That only leaves the matter of the final gate, the location of which is somewhat more precarious. Explorer, you have excelled thus far. Put that new fighter of yours to good use, and find Sanctuary of Darkness. It seems that you are best suited to this task.
All the times I dreamt of being reunited with my fellow Boron, it never crossed my mind that they might be in such impoverished circumstances. I know that the Alliance has received communications from Kingdom End, but those were dispatched decades ago. Hopefully, they have fared better than the Boron here. I am curious about the contents of their message. Just how much of their preliminary findings have they shared with their Alliance counterparts? Once we have gained access to both gates' data, maybe the Alliance really intends to conduct experiments from our side too. Trying to manipulate gates would be an incredibly involved undertaking. Yet it seems as though Numankaret is single-minded about the whole endeavor. Can you imagine the possibilities that would be open to us if we could manipulate these gates at will?
Thanks to the newly opened trade routes, we have commenced rebuilding our shipyard. You are, of course, most welcome to aid us in our undertaking. Your efforts will, of course, be lucratively compensated.
Oh, this ship is moving? This ship is moving really fast. Yeah, I'm on a ship and it's moving. So cool. Hells yeah, now I've got a Guardian. And I've got to go autopilot and land.
Arrived at my designated inactive gate. I shall commence taking readings immediately.
So I don't have crew for this ship. Yeah, but now I can like leave.
Mako.
Mako. Oh, here we go. So can I hire someone here?
Hello. Goodbye.
Maybe not. Maybe I better just go to a wharf, which I can do. We are out and about. I want to go to a scout.
Warp drive active.
I love my little Tristan.
Mako.
Yeah, I'm not going to get any crew here, am I? We'll go back to my home station. I want it to be louder. Dope as fuck. So cool. Yeah, this ship's way faster. I forgot, but yeah, this ship's like way, way faster for some reason. And I have a cool like auto gunship following me now. This ship's like an auto gunship that's way bigger than mine. I didn't realize like what their scale was. Yeah, without FFXI, this game's playing great. I'm gonna turn the settings up. I didn't realize how much FFXI was kind of like draining my shit. So I'm gonna put this game on Ultra and just see what it can do. This game I could turn down, I suppose. Medium, medium, medium. Medium, medium, low, or off. You know, we don't really need that. Disabled, disabled, low, low, right? And the game still looks good. Game still looks like, you know, really, like, good. Good enough. But it doesn't eat, like, buku frames from X4. Yeah, game looks much, much better. Well, let's save because I made progress and I got a ship. I'm gonna go hire a crew and then I'll just keep following the story until it gets annoying or whatever. Alright, so today we're going back right from where we are, which is, I'm in a Mako, so yeah, the Mako, which is in this system, Great Reef. And I suppose we could do ourselves a favor here. To just display a nav beacon, I guess. Well, in any event, I want you to stop. And I want to go to... Stop the ship. Yeah, this ship's way faster. It's like smaller and way more agile, and the other ship's way better at offense, I think, so it's good to have it defending me. So the first place we go is back to my home system. I love faction warfare. I missed it. Probably gonna do this a lot this year. It's a good way to make money. It's a good way to have like good like community standing. You're forwarding the game. You know, it's kind of like Conquest in Final Fantasy XI. I want to let E be my Final Fantasy XI because it was continued to be updated and taken care of. And X4, and I want to move Final Fantasy XI out of the rotation and play a main like Once Human. So my first station was Path to Profit, so we'll go back and we'll hire from...
Please halt. We will be scanning your inventory.
Okay.
The scan came back clear. Thank you for cooperating.
So... yeah, I need to go buy from a wharf. So we'll go to the wharf, I guess, and we'll,
Autopilot engaged.
we'll just autopilot. This ship also, this game also got like a Voyager's update to it where you can get up, and get out of the ship and let it fly around and stuff. And I want to get that, but it means like, you know, building up a game. It means like making money and building stuff up first. Maybe I should just do the story and maybe it gives you some money, maybe enough to buy a mining ship. Sanity, corruption, capsules, fruit tea, fruit soda, sugar, boiled water, a lot of it. And something's wrong with this one. It like can't seem to get power for some fucking reason. I'm gonna attach a wire to here. Wait, can you do that? Now, can I, like, string it right there? No. Can I run this thing now? No. Oh, you're so annoying. You're, like, glitched or something. Attach wire, damn it. See, there, like, what? You're like fucked up or something. Is it because of the power? It must be. So what, like, what else has power in here though? Oh, I'm full. Yeah, I'm probably full. God damn it.
Entering system. Barren Shores.
I want to set a key for camera. Let's see if camera is an option here. Shift middle mouse button. I just want it to be a middle mouse button. Oh, I see. Okay, so shift middle mouse button. Can't we just make it right click? Maybe? Yes.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged. Entering system. Watchful gaze.
Seems to be running well without FFXI in Ultra. I turned Eve down to where, like, you know, I don't think it steals frames either. Oh, cool. $100,000 nice and 10,000 skill points. The dailies for this are pretty good.
Shuyaku, Sentinel. Peregrine, Sentinel. Jumpgate, Heretics End. Entering system. Heretics End.
They give you a lot of limited stuff out here. This one was worth a lot, actually. Maybe you can get some money off this, huh?
Entering system. Morningstar.
I love watching the television of all of it. It's actually so cool. It just like shows stuff that's going on. Frankly, I think like you don't have to. It takes you out of this mode to go into the map, which is kind of sad, Panda. But it's still like awesome.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Atikva's choice. It is cool. I've always thought this was so cool. Oh, maybe I should try a different FOV actually. Where is that?
Entering system. Silent witness.
Yeah, it's good. It's good on my drive, like C drive, on an SSD with like, you know, with like frame gen. Doing pretty good. And Eve is doing the same thing with DLSS, and it isn't pulling good frames, like 62. Oh, because the VSync is on. I don't know. I don't really see a difference. I'm gonna go back to Ultra just to see what the difference is. I don't really see a difference. I think the game that's hogging is actually this game. I can turn it down, but it doesn't look as good. Like, high is where I want to be. Yeah, but you don't do anti-aliasing when DLSS is on, huh?
Autopilot. Disengage.
Oh no, when I do other UIs, it's terrible bad, huh?
Docking permission requested.
Docking request accepted. Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Why do they steal time like this? They're such pieces of shit developers.
Successfully docked.
I got it, and I had to rebind the controls to get it, but I got it. No. Nope. You're so annoying. Why did you get back up again? You're so annoying. If I don't move, it should be okay. Oh, you're so annoying. Hurry up, you.
Docking granted.
There.
Successfully docked.
Good. Don't undock again. I want to repair or upgrade flight assist software. Docking computer MK2. Go. Now I can dock. Then I want to buy some satellite. Oh yeah, can I buy crew? I want to pilot. Two crewmen, but it won't let me do a pilot. I'll have to go find a pilot because I don't have one, I don't think.
Mako.
Okay, gonna look
I'm
around.
terribly sorry to disrupt your magnificent focus. Hello there. An irksome ship has completed its travels right in this sector.
Fuck.
Somehow, it is managing to distort the station's sensors, preventing me from witnessing a solar event in the Great Reef Nebula. I suggest you take care of this annoyance before it manages to disrupt even more observations.
Unidentified vessel, okay. I like this sandbox. It has a lot of personality. I want to find people to... Oh, I jumped back by mistake. Oops. So I need crewmen, and this isn't maybe the best place to find them. There's somebody. Please be a chief.
Greetings. Hello. Goodbye.
Too expensive.
Goodbye.
Leave.
Hello.
I want him on the Mako as captain. Hi.
I will do my utmost to help you maximize your
Desudras,
profits.
Yagosias, Tertosobosis, or whatever. Now I want to go to the trading corner. Let's turn this game down now, and I'm understanding that I don't want this game taking from the other games. So we'll go, yeah, because this is the intensive game of all of them. So I'm just seeing a better way to do it. I don't want a restriction on the frame rate. I don't know why there is. And then DLSS on DLLAA. I don't know. That might be kind of extreme. I think I might drop it down to automatic. Actually, automatic might be really good. Yeah. And then NVIDIA low latency. Oh, I don't have frame. No, never mind. I want DLLA and frame generation. Where is it? You don't have frame gen?
We would like to remind visitors that dropping litter anywhere other than an approved recycling station carries an automatic 500 credit fine.
So DLLA with DLSS shouldn't be that bad, and we're set on high right now. And I want to do low. Yeah, and switch it all the way down. Maybe take some settings off of it. Because I want even and full settings. You know, I really do, actually. I don't think it should have to come down. And I like DLSS. I don't care if it crashes from time to time. I'll just restart the client. So here we go. Stack up and select all and dump in my item hanger. This was 264,000. It's nothing, but it'll stack up over time. Loud.
The restaurant is now open for anyone wishing to dine before departing the station.
Okay, so
Can I help?
Show me your wares. Where can I find? Show me your
There you
wares. And
go.
I want basic seminar for piloting and stuff. Yeah, I want three of these transaction value. No, wait, I want basic seminar 3, seminar for 1-star crew, basic seminar for piloting. Oh, management. I don't need management right now, but I do want piloting. Yep. Oh, I see inventory, and I have, okay. A bomb launcher, a hand laser. Let's buy a hand laser, yeah. And I could buy expensive spacesuit thrusters, but I don't think I need to. And confirm. Good. Then we go Shift D. Let's see if he tells me
Sending you information now.
Cool. Doritus find Towisaurus. Yeah, where's that? Way the fuck over somewhere. I haven't been, to Anusia Zura. But he told me about a place, which is cool. And I'm understanding that the NPCs are actually how you figure out where everything is, which is kind of cool. So now we go Shifty
Marco.
to just jump to the ship. And cool, we have a pilot. I want to give him a seminar. And 1-star crew piloting. And some 2-star crew piloting. But I give him a 1-star, I think, actually. That's good. Okay, and then now we don't have to worry about this thing being annoying anymore. And we'll go take a look at mission offers. There's join Hatikva's trade revolution, provinces adrift, construction aid, deliver Claytronics energy cells, hull parts and water for 50k. Later on, that might seem pretty good when I have like a hauler full of stuff that just lands with me wherever I am. But no, I don't think I'm interested in a mission like that. I'm being to understand you should only take missions that you're interested in. This guy wants construction wares, construction aid, deliver construction wares to our stations in Profit Center Alpha. I don't want to do that though, so that's okay. We're not going to take any of this. But Haktifa's trade revolution. The Haktika Free League invites our proven friends and allies to help us in a potentially life-changing endeavor. We are people who do what is necessary to survive in these uncertain times. Now we find ourselves at a crossroads. Join us as we take a new path, expanding our industry, cooperating with our neighbors on major issues, ensuring our space is a safe haven for all. We are currently in need of reliable pilot that's able to represent us in matters of trade and security. If you're interested, please accept this invitation. Talk to Reno Mara, Hatikva Free League. And yeah, we'll go join Hatikva's revolution. Yeah, so that's way over here in this place. So we're going to go you and Mako. I want you to go all the way over to here. Dock and wait. Cool. Cool. I like the cockpit of the other ship better, and the other ship has better defense and is bigger, I think. But this ship has good agility for shooting lasers. It's good for, this ship's good for hunting lasers. It's got good acceleration and it can shoot through the asteroids really quickly. So fucking cool. I should get the Star Wars mod for this game. Beautiful.
Mako.
It's a little aggro, the music, but oh, he patched the game, so I'll read the patch notes. Where did that window go that I was just looking at here? What? Has Kira done anything else recently? Yeah.
Entering system. Silent witness.
Yeah, the frames are okay.
Entering system. Hatikva's choice.
Requesting permission to dock. Taking permission granted.
Oh, cool, we're here? Wow. I mean, the game does play itself like FFXI, maybe more than FFXI, it's funny. Okay, this is on low, and with all these games running, it is kind of like laggy a bit. But the game's demanding less, and it is like making the game look good. Maybe it has to recache. It's like remaking the graphics. Maybe it has to recache. We'll give it a look a little bit to just absorb the scene here. I don't know why I should have X-Force so high if it's on my drive. It's not an optimized client, so Ultra seems sort of like extreme. We're going to drop it to medium here. Yes. Yeah, look, it cached after. Look, wow, it really cached, yeah. Much better. Low is better. It doesn't look quite as good. But up close it does. Like when you're up close, it does look like high like graphical quality and stuff. It looks fine in low. But boy, the frames are better. And I wanted you to sit in medium. In the station, it's laggy. This seems about right. I think I want those high though. Parallax occlusion can just go off. Chromatic evaporation. Shadows can just be off. That's a bit better of a setting. It's like medium to custom. Just buy all the frames on all the clients that we can get. Okay, we have a Black Bear, Keratin, and Bandit. I should maybe go look at the dailies, but man, I haven't played this game in like, I don't know, 2 weeks or something. It always makes me so fucking angry, but I'm going to try and get my way up with just the money that I make right now in this session for like a few hours. Just chopping trees. I don't think I want to be a pig tamer anymore. I want to be able to tame pigs for mounts, but I don't want them to be in combat. I want those points to be in something else, but I really don't know what. I think what's actually angering me. Oh, let's see, statistics, hunger. Oh yeah, you know, I actually do need to go eat while I'm in there. So what's actually angering me is that I constantly have to go get pigs because I use them in combat and they fucking die. And I'm learning that that's just, I don't need that. I don't need the pig. And also it's just not, the system's not good. That they take like 4 hits and they're dead. It's, you know, the way the enemies and the pigs are designed, they're just not too good. It's fun to act like it's a good little pet game, but in reality, your pet dies way so fucking fast and it takes so fucking long to replace it that it's been, frankly, a really bad drain on my time that I just don't want anymore. And I think the game wants you to think about stuff like that, definitely. Yeah, look, this is the right setting for Once Human. It likes this. It likes what it's sitting in right now, which is low with everything set to high with DLSS. Because the game does play on high-end rigs on like 5080s and stuff. I could put this on GeForce Now. I could put Once Human on GeForce Now, and it would take and run it in like completely full high settings and stuff. And it would run like fucking smoking hot. Which is an option, but I don't need that. I don't know. I don't really need GeForce Now. I don't need to pay for it anymore. I could just save the money, but I like not having to install it, and I want to be able to play Starfield. I think Scrumptious spoiled pig. And I'll have some water. At 98 units of scrumptious spoiled pig, hopefully we'll get some hunger. And then I'll do the rest in water, because I think that's actually kind of like maybe what they want you to do. Oh, I don't know. I should probably actually maybe eat some pig pie, I guess, because it didn't really dent it. It's fine. So let's go look for some pig pie. There's some pig pie. I do like this stupid game, but I shouldn't play it every day in a way where I can get killed over and over again. I should just be farming wood and stuff outside my door and shit like that and not paying attention. And the game would anger me a lot less. I think it's the way I'm playing that's the real problem here. While I'm in the base, I'm going to sit down here while I eat. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my cat. Sissy! Give her a chance to go. Hey, there you are. Good kitty, you're learning. Such a good kitty. I'm so proud of you. Good kitty. Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, move, please. Excuse me. Thank you. I'm gonna shut my door. I'm cold. I'm so proud of my kitty. I'm so proud of my kitty. You're such a good kitty. Yeah, you become trained. You're like such a good little kitty. I'm so sorry Jerry passed, but I'll do my best to get you, kitty. In an hour I'll feed you, okay? And we'll change your water. It's a good little kitty. I should shut all these windows, I think. Yeah, these windows are a bit cold now. I open this one up. No, that one's shut. I'll shut these other ones. I love my windows. Yeah. No, I'll shut that one too, because it's cold. Yeah, nice and warm here for the kitty. Yeah. For the kitty. Yeah, for the kitty. What a good kitty. I need this stuff down to the floor. There we go. Hang this from the hook. Hello, pretty kitty. How you doing? Such a pretty kitty. Okay. I have trained my cat so well. No! Wait, no. Don't do anything. No, don't do anything bad. Don't do anything bad. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, I'm sitting on the keyboard. Stop doing that. Don't crash me. No. What do we do? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Hey, pretty kitty. Put these over there. Hey. Well, hello. Oh, look at that look on her face. She looks so happy. You want to come up? Yeah, come see me. Hey, pretty kitty. You want a good lap? Yeah, you want to sit on the lap? Sit on your pad? Okay. Speak for yourself, kitty. It's too late. I'm just kidding, kitty. I love you so much. Happy kitty. We could cuddle, but I'm working, kitty. It's fine. We can cuddle before bed. She's like, I want to cuddle now. And it's like, no, I dictate when we cuddle. Only I may dictate when we cuddle. I'm the master. So, I have eaten. I have drank. Going to... Yeah, we're looking a little bit better. I got good health reserves and stuff. And yeah, and so we're going out to chop trees with broken jewelry. And I want to try and get 10k wood, and then I'm going to try and haul it back to town. We'll just go from tree to tree to tree to tree. And like I'll go clockwise around this tree circle. Yeah, is what I'll do. Oops, yeah. This is the right settings. I'm going to keep it in this forever. Low is really good frames, even with all these games open and everything. I could open Caves of Cud. I could play some Caves of Cud. So what do we do here? I don't know. I guess I'm kind of inclined to... Oh, yeah, I came here because I have some kind of trade mission, I guess. Yeah. But I don't think I want to play this game anymore tonight. Play it tomorrow, though. It was nice to have that priest. And it would be nice to have a vendor, because I could dump all this stuff I have. I should have bought a vendor. Yeah, I should save up and buy a vendor just so I can like stick a vendor down outside. And then I could just run over and sell to the vendor. Or I don't know. The vendor will collapse eventually, and it's a lot of money. The game's bad. I shouldn't be playing it. I would be better off in like No Man's Sky, I think. Okay, let's go get some pink trees. Oh, am I full? Yeah, I'm probably totally full, yeah. Of water and stuff like that. Alright, so let's go here.
Requesting permission to dock.
Yeah, that's much better, yeah. And then I'm low on meds, so I'm going to address that, I guess. Oh, I need antibiotics. Get rid of your disease. Oh, I'm trying to produce meds such as adrenaline shot, but I don't have acid because I need to hit pink trees. Can't make acid. No acid. Oh. Hey. Hi, lovely kitty. You want to cuddle? Is it time to cuddle now, kitty? fine, kitty. No, I'm not gonna blow a vape hit in your face. It's fine. I don't ever do that. I cannot get that to work. That's so annoying.
Mako.
This game's far too loud. Just drop it down to like 1, 2. No, that's not it. Gonna drop it down. Much better. Like, this game is like way too loud. Like, way too loud. Nice. So now we go back out. Wish I had a mobile tractor unit, but that's alright. Oh, pretty kitty. Gonna feed you soon, kitties. Don't worry. Thank you, Mortismo Gaming. I've liked and subbed to your channel. I'll be right back.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for Dying Light the Beast, a DLC turned standalone release that sees the return of Kyle Crane to the series, but also is a pretty fun adventure that I think does a lot of favors for the series as a whole, but unfortunately is kind of lacking in terms of things like content and stuff, which we'll go over the course of this review. But to get my usual stuff out of the way, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other people on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a video linked below that covers everything I go over, and my Steam profile is public and linked below as well. Though in the case of Dying Light the Beast, a couple notes. This game released a few days back now on September 19th. I did not get a review key for it, which is why I'm doing this later, but I also didn't pay for it. They gave this game out for free to the people who paid for the Ultimate Edition for Dying Light 2. The reason for that being, I'm pretty sure that this was meant to initially be that DLC for the Ultimate Edition on Dying Light 2, but eventually was spun into its own game, of course, and so here we are now. Either way, though, not a terribly long experience. In fact, I would say the main story was probably going to take you roughly 20-ish hours, depending on how much side content you choose to do. In fact, personally speaking, if I was to have stopped at the point in which I felt I did all the important stuff, it probably would have been right around like 27, 28 hours, give or take. And then I spent about another 7 or 8 hours wrapping up collectibles and a couple of achievements, as an example. To that end, I think collectibles are probably, as far as 100% goes, the only thing that are going to take you a little bit of work. And I'm actually going to link below in the description as well a very convenient guide that somebody made up that I thought was great. It's a YouTube video for all of the collectibles, as I found it particularly useful, of course. But with that stuff said, let's actually talk about the game. And as I mentioned, there is a lot that I like about this, actually. I think it is a lot more fun than I had with Dying Light 2, though admittedly I didn't play it after a lot of the changes came. And there's a few different different reasons for that. Of course, things like the easy stuff, the return of Kyle Crane, leaning back into the full dichotomy of what the original game was all about, that sort of back and forth between the day and night cycle, trying to be smart about when you actually fight enemies, before, of course, becoming overpowered to the point it likely doesn't matter anyway if you so choose. But that stuff combined with the beast form and some of the things you can do there, the fun driving even, makes for an experience I had a lot of fun with. It's just not a particularly long experience. I mean, simply put, this game started out as DLC, and it is very obvious that it did. We're going to get into the mechanics, but a fair few of them are on the simpler side. There's not a ton of depth to a lot of it, and while you don't exactly need an excessive amount of depth in a game that is ultimately about killing zombies, it just feels like they made good core systems and then didn't, give you things to use with those core systems a lot. And yet, it still manages to be a fun experience. So with that said, let's dive fully into it, starting with the technical side of things. Now, I ran into three things I want to mention primarily here. One is very specific to content creators. Dying Light the Beast here really didn't like my recording software. That's something you run into from time to time. That's not really going to affect anybody besides the people making content about this, and even then it's going to be mixed, so not really worth talking about too much, but I wanted to mention it just in case some of the footage looks weird here and there. Second, the biggest problem this game had by far, the day-night cycle was kind of busted. Also, the weather system seemed to be included in that, at least in part because you could get things like permanent never-ending rain that also included the indoor areas. And then the other part is that sometimes the game would get stuck in permanent daylight mode, but the problem is night would still happen, meaning that volatiles, the more dangerous zombies around, and would start chasing you and stuff, which kind of ruined the day-night back and forth because, ironically, while you can still experience it this way, the volatiles being highly visible in the light made them easier to avoid, which meant it wasn't really a big gameplay stopper. It just kind of made the game feel a little worse. Now, you could fix that by just quitting to the main menu and reloading it back, and it should sort itself out, at least for the time being before that hotfix gets fully deployed. Either way, though, a significant bug that significantly impacts one of the game's major features, which is obviously important. And then the other thing is, I got stuck on terrain a lot, like just individual areas where, thanks to the parkour, you might find yourself landing and then not being able to move or do anything about. I got stuck on things probably like 4 or 5 times, and this also forces you to go back to the main menu and reload the game, which will typically kick you back to like a safe zone nearby. So not technically perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but not so bad as to be unplayable or anything like that. I think most of these bugs don't really get in the way of the actual fun of the game, but can certainly be a little annoying at the very least. So let's move on to difficulty. The game features 3 difficulty modes, basically easy, normal, hard, as usual. And while these do affect things like basic health and damage, they also affect some other stuff as well that I think is worth talking about, like for instance the amount of stamina consumed by engaging in combat, like swinging a melee weapon, that kind of thing, and even the availability of some resources and stuff. But the biggest thing I want to mention by far is that normal and hard come with some XP loss when you die. It's also, thanks to the nature of things like the parkour and zombies lunging at you and things like that, to die very unexpectedly. And on normal, this is not so stringent as to be like a huge detriment. It just gives you a little incentive not to, not die. Whereas on brutal or hard mode, that XP loss is more significant, frankly. And while you can definitely get to a point where it's easy to brush off and there is a max level at which point it doesn't matter anyway, it's something you should definitely be aware of before jumping into that. Though if everything goes well, you should eventually be able to get to a point where you are fairly overpowered, but with any luck you can find a challenge that kind of matches what you're after. Next up, let's talk the story setup and my thoughts on it. Obviously not going to go full spoilers on this. This game just released. I don't want to ruin that for people, but do be aware there may be some contextual things in the footage and whatnot as we move forward. Following the events of Dying Light 1, Kyle Crane is captured on the outskirts of Haran, the setting for the first title. Kyle has then spent the last 13 years in captivity being experimented on thanks to his unique situation that was more or less detailed in the following. And with these more recent experiments on him, he's transformed into something else, frankly, which is where things like the beast transformation comes in. However, lucky for us, and I guess the pacing of this game, we are busted out of this torture and captivity right at the beginning by a woman named Olivia, who also wants to escape the valley that the person who was experimenting you on, known as the Baron, has been keeping hostage, more or less, using it as a testing ground for the things he's been up to. So your job after escaping is obviously trying to get some revenge on this guy and, of course, helping out the locals. In order to do this, you need to, let's say, bulk up, despite already being shredded, it would seem. And in this particular instance, what we actually have to do is kill some of the Baron's experiments known as chimeras, experimented on zombies that have transformed into various things. We're going to take some of their experimental DNA that can be separated out with this bit of machinery we get in order to inject it into ourselves, which is going to give us points to upgrade our various beast forms, and then obviously the experience and stuff we get to leveling up all serves as a form of progression. But gaining our strength back, which includes restoring some of Kyle's abilities from the first game, and taking the fight to the Baron is really what the main story is all about, which is where I want to stop in terms of actual events. Then I want to talk some more general thoughts about it. So, probably unsurprisingly, given its nature in starting as a DLC for Dying Light 2, it does a great job of bridging everything about those together. The story of Dying Light 1 and Dying Light 2, while also setting up for what is clearly going to be the third entry and what may well be the end to a planned trilogy or something like that, because I do feel like one more game is probably what this franchise has in it, but that's just speculation on my part. All of that to say, I think it blends all of it together really nicely, and if you're paying attention, I think you could probably get a pretty good idea of what they want to do with the third title. For the most part, though, in terms of like the actual story missions and stuff, they're pretty good for the most part, but it's honestly mostly what you would expect. Fighting zombies, fighting these chimeras, there's a bit of a pattern to it, but there are some interesting places you'll go and people you'll meet along the way, like the exiles from the main town as an example, some raiders who were basically wronged by the people living at the town hall, which has led to a back and forth, stuff like that. So while I won't pretend it's the best main story I've ever seen or anything, I also think it does exactly what it was setting out to do, which is to kind of bridge all the narrative together and get it to a point where it's easily moved forward from here. And that was interesting for me, at least, who has played the other games in the series. Now, I do have some more stuff I want to say about narrative content in terms of like side quests, things like that we'll get into, but we'll save it for a little bit later. Overall, however, I enjoyed the story for what it was, but it's also kind of short, so don't expect anything too crazy. And that brings us to our progression systems. Progression is honestly relatively simple, and it comes down to your levels, your gear sets, your overall equipment, the weapons, things like that you're using, crafting, and some parkour stuff. So on the level side of things, you can get up to level 15. As you level, you're going to gain skill points, which will let you allocate, of course, skills to one of your 3 skill trees, which focuses on things like stealth and crafting, parkour, or just straight up combat, but you'll easily get to a point where you'll eventually have all of this maxed out. So you can absolutely do everything. There are some important things tied to these skills, however, namely in the form of, extra parkour moves here and there, some combat abilities like stomping on zombies who have fallen on the ground, which combined with the grapple hook you'll get as part of main story progression, brings back the old grapple an enemy to knock them over and then, stomp on their head to finish the job. The other part of that skill stuff being the beast skill tree, which can also be leveled up and powered up by defeating chimeras, but you only get the skill points from that specifically. But just like before, if you do all of that, you will obviously max this tree out at some point, which gives you important control over the beast form itself, where it initially triggers automatically. As an example, it eventually becomes something you can trigger on your own and won't hinder you unnecessarily. More on that in the combat section, however. Now, an interesting thing about leveling up as well, though, is while it does come with some health and stamina increases, you may notice that it mentions parkour efficiency every few levels, and this is basically how well you can parkour, because while Kyle Crane already has some of his abilities baseline that you would have earned through the first game, he is still weakened from his initial captivity, and through leveling up, you can kind of mitigate some of that, basically meaning that you'll get better and faster at parkour naturally as the game progresses, being able to like pull up and climb over things faster, that kind of thing. Then there is the gear sets. So there is armor and gear to be acquired here, but it's not random. These are sets. There are a few different outfit sets that you can track down in pieces, like, hands, helmet, chest, that kind of thing. And you can, grab the one that suits your play style the best, be that melee weapons, ranged weapons. There's a set that you can get early on that just increases XP gain that I used until the late game, and then I switched over to the parkour set, which, makes parkour and also melee combat easier, just as a little example. pretty straightforward in that regard, but honestly, I think it was better than the kind of over-the-top gear setting in Dying Light 2 as an example. But the other big part of progression is crafting and your weapons. So crafting and weapon maintenance, that kind of thing, largely comes down to acquiring resources and blueprints, and then of course putting them to use for you. This is how you're going to make and maintain your weapons. Weapons, as you use them, mainly melee weapons, ranged weapons don't have to deal with this, but melee weapons take durability damage as you use them, and they have a set number of repairs that can be performed before they are permanently destroyed. Personally, I didn't have too much of a problem with this because it was relatively light in how often it happened. Like, you aren't just burning through durability every 5 seconds before something breaks, and you can repair it relatively easy, which gives you a significant amount of time to adjust and actually either make or find new weapons. Now, you can, with the right blueprints, make even better versions of these weapons because the blueprints themselves can be upgraded primarily through resources found in Dark Zones, which comes down to things like training manuals and whatnot. And this will improve the quality of the things you're making. And then finally, there's weapon mods. There are a bunch of weapon mods you can also find or craft, and then add on to weapons with mod slots to give them extra effects, typically some sort of elemental effect. That is pretty much the gist of it for progression, though. Nothing too crazy overall, which is where we're going to step into the gameplay and world side of things. Dying Light the Beast takes place in the Castor Woods, a settlement meant to be inspired, I believe, by the Swiss Alps that the Baron has taken for all of his nefarious deeds. But a couple of things to note straight away. There is no fast travel. Now, honestly, the map isn't super big, so I don't think this is a particularly big deal, and if anything, I think not having fast travel actually encourages you to A, engage with the parkour system more, and also take in the surprising amount of detail they have packed into this relatively small map. There are multiple different zones which are divided up, and these are initially a bit of a restricting factor in terms of like each zone has a level associated with it, but you can eventually outlevel this. Over the course of the story, the floor of those levels will actually raise a little bit, and the enemies can get potentially deadlier as you do, but do keep in mind you will easily be able to outpace these guys, so it shouldn't be too much of a limiting factor outside of just forcing you to level up a bit first before going to the dangerous places. Now, before I start talking specifics outside of that, the main thing I want to mention here is just how detailed the individual places you'll explore are. There's a lot going on. They feel relatively lived in before the obvious apocalypse. And while the game is chock full of collectibles, a lot of them I think are worth finding and reading because they add a lot of character to the location. For instance, you can find out all about how there was a family here that went by the name Fisher that was up to some dark and perhaps even arcane things involving even the insane asylum that is on a little island here as an example. So I do think there's a lot to say about actually exploring the individual areas and checking out some of what they did to make this place actually feel like a little town. I think it's surprisingly good for what the game is, even if the map itself and the place isn't exactly big. But the other thing I want to mention is the side quests. There are not a lot of side quests, but they are all impactful. I think they went with the idea of going a little smaller in terms of the number of them, but having each individual side quest have a lot more going on. For instance, there is the one I've already mentioned. There's a side quest about getting back at some raiders who have taken the fight to the people at Town Hall, who have a grievance with the people at Town Hall, and you kind of see some of the back and forth there. And while I don't want to spoil them for you, there's a bunch of others, a few that even lean into what the infected have going on, how the virus has changed over the last decade or so, things like that. And because of that, I would actually recommend you go through all of the side quests, as I do think they're actually worth doing in this case. You can even get some good rewards in the form of free resources that spawn at the various places you can sleep, like ammo that spawns in the town hall for you, that kind of thing. And then later on, there's a side quest that involves the driving courses, or these little races that you can do that will, if you complete them, give you access to car kits to fix up the vehicles you can find around, as driving makes a return here. I did want to call out the driving specifically. The driving was unexpectedly fun. Like, obviously you can run over various zombies, things like that, but there's also the little race courses I just mentioned. I found those to be surprisingly engaging. I'm not usually a big driving game type of person, but I got really into those, and I think it works, at least for me at least, because they very clearly put a lot of thought into like all the different trails and roads and how those are laid out, and the things on those trails and roads that you may have to avoid or lean fully into to either run directly into zombies or perhaps avoid the ones that are a little more sturdy, let's say, as an example, so just wanted to mention I really enjoyed the driving in this game, surprisingly so. Otherwise, however, let's talk about the more specific stuff. So, scattered throughout the map are safe zones you can activate. These are, of course, places to sleep and access your stash, and potentially, at the bigger ones, a crafting table to help you manage your gear. These are where you're going to head to during the night, of course, to either wait the night out or escape from a chase. There are also substations. Once you get to the point in the main story where you've turned the power for the valley back on, you can then go to the individual substations and turn those on for extra rewards, and typically they also have like blueprints and stuff sitting around as well. There are also the return of dark zones. Dark zones are where the infected like to hang out, and you're going to sneak into those to, of course, raid them for resources, while also having to deal with, of course, the infected that are hanging out in there. This is where you're going to get things like your manuals to upgrade your blueprints, and honestly just a whole host of resources to track down, so plenty of things to do in there. And then all of that is, of course, set against the day-night cycle. During the day, you're relatively free to move around, as most of the zombies that are out are simply known as biters. These guys are real slow, and they can't really climb anything, so if you stay up high via parkour, you'll mostly avoid them. Now, right now, these guys have a nonsense range on their grab attack. So zombies, when you pass by them, will typically lunge for you, except right now, the range on that is kind of ridiculous. I hear this is something else they're looking into changing, just so you know, and they need to, because it is way too easy to be grabbed by these guys, to the point where even if you're actively engaged in melee combat with them, their grab animation tends to cancel anything you're doing in the moment. And it's one of the few, I would say, more painful points of this game that definitely needs to be adjusted in some way. But, you know, obviously stick to the roofs to avoid the guys for the most part. And then at night, the volatiles come out, the incredibly powerful and dangerous zombies that are difficult to kill.
My camera,
now,
kitty.
You can kill them, to be clear. But the thing is, at nighttime, when these guys see you, this typically initiates a chase, where a bunch of these guys will spawn and chase you to a safe zone via things like UV light, which pushes them back. This being broken via that technical bug I mentioned at the beginning is a bit annoying, mind you, but the core premise, when everything is working correctly, is still there. Now, as I mentioned, you can kill these volatiles. There's an achievement for doing so even. The catch here is that it's not really worth the resources to do so most of the time, especially at nighttime when they're going to gang up on you via a chase, and you're just never going to, overcome them because they spawn until you get to a safe place. But even in the instances where that's not a thing, it's just, again, generally not worth the effort to fight them, and they are usually better off just avoided. But be it in those chases or just during the day in order to get around quickly because there's not, again, any fast travel, you've got the parkour system. So parkour is pretty good here. I liked it a lot, actually. I think parkour is something the entire series has done really well, but here, I think, especially with the way it's tied to the level progression, it really kind of feels like a smooth curve as you get to grips with it and also regain Kyle's strength and everything. It's also very apparent in how the city is laid out, especially with no fast travel, that you can kind of learn individual routes and start making these really planned out and smooth experiences for yourself that see you very quickly traversing what is here for the most part. This gets affected a little bit, at least, by the addition of the grappling hook a little later in the game, which is going to be necessary for a couple of the safe zones, but is going to allow you to do what grappling hooks do, which is swing around on them. You can't fully pull yourself up to like the tops of buildings with them, that kind of thing, but it will generally either pull or let you swing across things, stuff like that. Although I would argue its probably best use case remains just using it to hit zombies and knock them over so you can smash their skulls. Speaking of smashing some skulls though, let's talk combat. So combat in this game has a big emphasis on gore and viscera. To the point I think I actually need to be a little careful about what I show here because YouTube can be a little prickly about that stuff, but it is graphic in many ways. Especially melee combat, which is more than happy to show you up close and personal, not only decaying and deformed zombies, but also their smashed to bits insides once you get going. Ultimately, this comes down to melee, ranged, your skills and abilities, and of course, the beast mode. Melee is pretty straightforward, there's not too much to say here, really. Swing melee weapon, hit zombie, you know? However, the thing is, stuff like the gore and whatnot is based on where you actually hit the zombies. There's a fair bit of feedback there that makes it feel really impactful, which is something I think the first game did especially well, and the second game not so much because of all the changes. It's worth a mention, though, that because of the RPG light systems at play play here, things like damage and how many hits a zombie can take can feel a little at odds with each other depending on where you are in terms of progression and like levels and whatnot. Ranged, however, is a little bit different, mainly because they don't have to deal with things like durability, but you've got both throwables and actual ranged weapons. We do have the availability of guns, though you do have to find the ammo to actually use them, which is a little on the sparse side. But you've also got throwables like grenades, explosives, things like that you can use to also attack enemies from a distance. And what's fun here, we also have the return of things like traps and stuff that you can activate without actually, being right there, which is something you could do in previous entries as well, which is always fun. So you can set off things like car alarms and then the car will blow up, electric fences, things that the citizens here have already put down for you that you'll unlock the ability to use relatively early on. Then, as I mentioned, the skills and abilities side of things, as you level up, you get access to some fantastic abilities that will, of course, let you utilize this stuff in new and fun ways, like grapple hook into smash. As I mentioned, it's an easy one, but also the ability to do like big AoE attacks via wind-ups, better stealth to help you get those stealth kills in the dark zone, or even using your ranged weapons while parkouring to give you like a little slow time, that kind of thing. And that combined with all of the other ways to deal with combat, like using a vehicle or just coming up with creative ways to dispose of zombies or, drop kicking them off of ledges, that kind of thing, is really what makes up the bulk of the combat system. And it's a lot of fun if you lean into it for what it is. Just don't expect anything crazy, because while there are a few like hidden weapons and things, and I enjoy the feel of the combat even, it's not like crazy, ridiculous stuff outside of just figuring out how you can use these systems to your advantage. And then the last thing we need to talk about is the beast, of course. So as you engage in combat, be that getting hits, doing perfect dodges, blocking enemies, killing enemies, that kind of thing, you will build up your beast meter. Honestly, this starts off super basic. You turn into the beast, which is basically just like a little red filter, and then you start punching everything to death for extreme damage. Until, of course, the timer runs out. Now, as you start to progress the game, you'll eventually gain control over this, which is going to allow you to do things like not automatically transform when the bar fills. You can choose when to transform and use it to maximum advantage. Later on, you can even choose to do this when the bar isn't even full to help out even further, giving you a lot of control about when you transform. This is also going to allow you to unlock extra abilities to use in beast form on top of that. Like in the later parts, for instance, there's an ability that will let you use the grappling hook and then pull yourself towards stuff while you are in this form. And while I think that doesn't necessarily have a ton of uses, can be fun nonetheless. There's also these big smash attacks. You can pick up heavy objects and throw them with certain skill points invested, things like that. I think it's fine for the length of the game, but I'd be lying if I said the actual implementation of this form in terms of gameplay is a little on the basic side. 9 out of 10, you're just using it to punch stuff and heal yourself as you do so. So simply put, I think it's fine for the length of the game, but I don't think the beast is anything truly special, but it is fun in short bursts to kind of just tear stuff apart. That brings us to the Steam Deck section. This game is officially verified on Steam Deck, and I can for the most part confirm that. You may want to change some settings just to get a slightly higher or more stable frame rate, as I think it tends to bounce around a little low by default. But as this game is not exactly wildly graphic intensive, it isn't a huge deal, I think, to run this on the Steam Deck. And with the important stuff like controller support, cloud saves, that kind of thing, you can, I think, have a pretty good experience playing it on that platform if that is your choice. Which brings us to our positives, negatives, and then we'll wrap this thing up. So on the positive side of things, call it nostalgia, I guess, but honestly, it was just fun to see the return of Kyle Crane after his absence from the second game. I also enjoyed what they did with the plot here. While I wouldn't call the story anything like crazy or something to write home about, it is nonetheless enjoyable, and I think it does a good job of bridging the narrative that they've told thus far into whatever they clearly have planned upcoming. I can't help but find myself actually a little bit excited for whatever they do for their next entry here. I also like that they've managed to bring back that more dangerous feelings to a lot of the zombies, and this actually makes the interactions with the world more rewarding by default, default as well. It's actually kind of fun to sneak into dark zones and try to get your stuff without, of course, either waking up the zombies or having a plan for when you inevitably do. It's honestly kind of fun just to have the chases at night and try to get away from all of these volatiles, and they kind of feel more dangerous here as a result as well, because while again they can be killed, it's usually not worth the effort to do so, and they still hit really hard and they can easily gang up on you, especially at nighttime. So again, they just feel dangerous, and as a result the game feels more rewarding when you actually successfully do this stuff and get away from these guys, and it adds a level of tension that I think needs to be here for a game like this. And what's more, Castor Woods and like just all the little details of this area are really impressive when you dig into them. It's not a particularly big experience by any means. I think I've pretty well driven that home at this point, but they really did pack a lot of detail into a relatively small place, and it was honestly fun kind of seeing everything play out, like all these little details, all the things they've fleshed out about what the Castor Woods has been through. It's set up that kind of thing, and it genuinely kind of feels like it could have been a real little place, and that makes exploring it fun. But that does bring me to my negatives. Probably the biggest one by far is that this game started out as a DLC, and frankly, you can tell. There's just not a lot of depth to a lot of it. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, it feels like they got down to a really good core system of mechanics here, and then unfortunately there's just not a lot of places to utilize those mechanics outside of some basic instances. Like for instance, I found myself actually enjoying this iteration of the crafting system, but then there's not really like a ton of weapons to actually craft and use. There's not a lot of variety there. I like the way they've done the dark zones and how exploring them and everything feels, but there's really just not that many of them, that kind of thing. The map is relatively small. You made this really fun driving system that I mentioned liking a lot as an example in the gameplay section, and then unfortunately there's just like a handful of races and you get to run over zombies, and while that's fun for what they've got here, it just kind of feels like it's missing that little something that should have been here. Or on the flip side of this stuff, the side missions, as I mentioned, felt really great. They have not a lot of them, but they have just really cool little side stories, but then the main missions fall into a very repeatable pattern of like track down Chimera, kill the thing, basic story mission that sees you fighting some basic soldiers. And then of course there's the more simple stuff like the grab ability of the basic zombies really needing to be toned down in a future patch. But to start drawing all of that towards a conclusion, my conclusion for Dying Light the Beast is basically this. It's really fun. In fact, I think this is substantially more fun than Dying Light 2 was for me, as a matter of fact. I like a lot of what they've done here and how they've changed and mixed up the formula a bit, and I think if they take these core systems and actually expand them and give you a lot more to do, then whatever they've got planned for the future will work out for me at the very least. But the sort of catch-22 to that is that, unfortunately, there's just not a ton here. If I had not even been trying to 100% this and played it for a little longer, my realistic playtime for this would have been like 27, 28 hours. The systems at play don't have enough depth to them, I think, either. And I guess, simply put, I just kind of wish there was more here than there actually is, which is, I think, the biggest letdown of this. And with the base game being $60 US, I find myself not really wanting to buy it for that price. I didn't buy it. I got this for free because of that Ultimate Edition, but I don't think I would have enjoyed having paid $60 for this, and that's largely because what's here is really fun. I enjoy what is here, to be clear, outside of a few problems, but it isn't $60 worth of fun, in my opinion, I suppose is what I'm trying to get at, and so I would absolutely recommend this to people once it's at a price point you personally feel comfortable with. I think you'll likely enjoy it once that sorts itself out, but personally, I would have wanted to pay probably like $40-ish for this, because as it stands, I think it's just a little too expensive for the experience that you are ultimately getting. Which I think is pretty much where I'm going to leave this particular review. So I certainly hope you enjoyed all that. If you did, by all means, like, comment, subscribe, all that YouTube jazz. Let me know how you feel about this one down in the comment section below if you've played it or plan on playing it, I suppose. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.
I'll feed you soon, kitty. Don't worry.